April, 1973. Tragedy and despair have struck Central Texas. A young college student named Maria Flores has seemingly vanished without a trace. She was last seen near the town of Newt more than 2 weeks ago, but with no physical evidence, the investigation has stalled. With few leads and even less hope, Maria's younger sister Ana Flores and a group of her closest friends set out to find their missing loved one. But any grief or sadness caused by Maria's disappearance would pale in comparison to the agony and despair they would soon discover. What awaited this group of youths was a nightmare beyond belief. The events surrounding Maria's disappearance would be just one of the many bizarre crimes later known as the Texas Chainsaw Massacre.
Hello fellow grave crawlers, and welcome to ZTV Games. I am Paiper Zombie, your host with you as always. And on today's episode, we are going back to Texas for an update on Family Tutorial. Now the last time that I did a tutorial for this, it was a while back, but that was before the updates happened. That was before the changes were made to the talent trees for all the family members. This is before random perks were taken out, so builds have changed. So I figured I will go ahead and do an updated tutorial to show what those changes are and what differences they make to the existing specs that we already discussed before in the first tutorial. So, without further ado, let's go ahead and let's dive in. Happy Sunday to you all. Alright, so we'll go ahead and we'll start with the underdogs first. So check this out. Aha! Hello Michael, welcome to the stream. Happy Sunday to you. Yeah, that's right. We're not a crew, we're a family. One of the worst around. And I mean that in a good way. Alright, so we're going to start with the low tier characters first. So we're going to start with Sissy. Now, a lot of people, when they see Sissy, they automatically just assume that she sucks. Now, if you remember from the original tutorial, I told you why she didn't. So for those who have never seen that and need to know why, is because most people who are playing Sissy play her incorrectly. You don't play Sissy like you play Hitchhiker. You play her in a different way, and we're going to explore all of that with her right now. So, first things first. Okay, let's make sure that's good. Okay. All right. All right, so here we go with Sissy. So what is it that she's supposed to be good at? Well, Sissy is a chaser. Just like Hitchhiker, these two right here, him, her, him if I didn't show it correctly. These two are your chasers. So is Bones, but we'll talk about him later. But what makes a chaser is anybody who can go through crawl spaces and wall gaps. And these three characters can do that. All the other characters cannot do that. So, Sissy is known for being a chaser, although Hitchhiker was considered better at it than her, because he is a good trapper and he's a good chaser. But what does Sissy do? Well, Sissy is what you would call a denier of objectives, which created the spec that I call the D.O.R spec, which is D.O.R, denier of resources. That's what she does along with chasing. And the best way to do that is still with the D.O.R spec. Now, if you remember last time, this is before we had random perks. So this is when we had random perks. So remember, Sissy's tree was a lot smaller. Whole lot smaller. But now that they've gotten rid of random perks, they expanded out the trees so that all of the random perks are now physical perks that you can get. So, for her first spec, like I'm talking about, we're doing the D.O.R spec. So, if you want to do the D.O.R spec, which I would recommend doing with her, because this brings out the best in Sissy. To me, it provides her with the best utility, and it also provides her with the best chase and best utility. So she's got the best of both. So we're going to go back in here. And I was running a different spec, so here's what we do. We're gonna go to the right here. Gonna get all of these here. All right, and then when we come to this decision, we are not going to take Dinner Bell. For some odd reason, they put Dinner Bell for Sissy, and as was discussed in the previous tutorial, Dinner Bell does nothing for her because she doesn't have any traps. Even though she can make a maneuver that seems like she's trapping something, it doesn't work. So we want Scout, because this is going to be one of our backbone talents for this spec. And this is the one that increases your movement speed, but stamina regeneration is 10% slower. What that means is that when you run out of stamina, it regenerates afterward. This, once you get it to rank 3, just does that 10% slower. It's not that much of a deficit. Now before, Scout used to affect your damage instead of your stamina. but they made changes to that, so that's the changes they made to Scout. So we're taking that with her. Your next backbone talent you're going to be taking is Fired Up. So how this works is that after running out of stamina, there's a 25% less delay before stamina starts regenerating again. Now, you don't have to completely run out of stamina. Wording is very important on these perks. It doesn't say completely run out of stamina. So what this means is that if you run out of any amount of stamina, Fired Up is going to help you out. Now, how this works is that when you go into your jog, when you jog instead of run, your stamina will start to recharge. So this, because there's a 2, almost 3-second delay when you go into your jog or you go into a walk, that stamina will start to regenerate. This eats at rank 3, it eats up that cooldown and basically makes it start regenerating the moment you stop running. So this is a backbone talent because this is going to help us with the chase. So we've got our 2 chase perks. And then Efficient Herbalist, instead of going for Hysterical Strength, because I have no idea why they put this here so high up in this tree, because nobody is taking this, in my opinion, over the utility of Efficient Herbalist. Now this is specific to Sissy, and what this does is poisoning an object has a chance not to consume any powder. So you all remember this from the first tutorial. So each time you go to poison something, at the beginning, 25% chance, 50% chance, 75% chance. Now, notice, this does not have bad luck protection, or what you will call bad luck protection. And what bad luck protection means is that, say for instance, you use the ability, but it doesn't work. You get no bonuses to the next try. Each try is individual and separate from the previous, next, or any other try. So each one has its own separate 75% chance. So it is a possibility that the first 3 things that you go to use your poison on, it'll use all 3 of your poisons, just like you don't have this perk. So don't be dismayed when you see that. That just means you had an unlucky roll, and just go get some more poison. But this is going to be our cornerstone. This right here, Efficient Herbalist, this drives the D.O.R spec. Now, I'm sure you've all noticed, we are missing something that used to make the D.O.R spec really shine. Where the heck is Special Blend? Well, Special Blend used to be a random perk, but now unfortunately, and you could get it going up any path. Unfortunately now, Special Blend with the change to the trees is now exclusive to your left side. So no more Special Blend to back us up. And what Special Blend did is Special Blend, anytime you go through a poison cloud, it has a cooldown on it for 30 seconds. So basically it's active for 30 seconds. That cooldown exists for 30 seconds. You can't basically walk into a poison cloud repeatedly and just keep refreshing the perk. It refreshes every 30 seconds. But what that lets you do is, that was the one that when you do a poison cloud, you could go through that poison cloud. It gives you a buff that allows your stamina to regenerate 50% faster, which is different from Fired Up, because this is when you run out of stamina. This affects the delay before your stamina regeneration starts, whereas Special Blend affects how fast your stamina regenerates once it starts generating. So you would have that, and that used to make you a monster. because nobody could get away. It made it very difficult for people to get away from you when you had that. Unfortunately, that's gone now. But in its place, we now have access to Wireframe on Sissy. Now, this was once exclusive to Hitchhiker, but now she has it. So this is, as always, Sissy has two different sides to each path that she can go. You've got a chaser side that's more chaser oriented, and then you've got a damage side that's more damage oriented. This is the one for the chaser. Now, since we're doing the D.O.R spec, we're going to be skipping out on this for right now, but we will be highlighting it. So what your D.O.R spec looks like is you want Scout, Fired Up, and then you want Efficient Herbalist. Now, you get some good Granpa perks going this way. You get Always in Sync, which you know about this. Your family focus ability is what you use while you're in the match. You use this, and we'll talk about this once we get in, but basically you use this to see where your other family members are. If you are a trapper, you use it to check for your locks and your traps to make sure they haven't been sprung yet. You can also use this to check on certain objectives to make sure they haven't been messed with yet. And it also allows you to hear victims if they're nearby and they talk. So this is a good little Granpa ability to have because it helps a lot with that cooldown, and it helps increase the duration. So it means that family focus lasts longer and comes back sooner. Nobody escapes hell. This is if you're going to have a cook in the match. Then you're going to take this because it works for all door locks, but it really benefits for his padlocks. Now, the bad news is that this is a level 2 ability, just like this. So this means that Granpa must be at level 2 before these will kick in. Level 3 for this one, level 1 for this one, level 3 for this one. So that's one thing to look out for. Excited Granpa. This is good because what this does is Granpa scream, and we'll talk about Granpa once we get into the match, and I'll show you guys how this works. This Granpa, every time you feed Granpa blood and get him up a level, he'll do his sonar. When he screams, if any victim is moving, they'll be spotted. What this does is there's about a 30-second, I think it's a 30-second delay between each time he will do this. When you get excited Granpa, the delay between the pulse is reduced by 25% at each level. So basically what happens is that for every level he hits, it's reduced by 25% for that scream. So that means it's going to be less than 30 seconds. It winds up being something like closer to 20 seconds before he screams. So this means that it makes it hard for victims to be able to move because Grandpa's going to be screaming a lot. Exterior alarms. This is good because for any gate, door, anything that the victims open, as long as it's closed, when this perk is active, if they open it, it turns yellow and highlights. So you'll know where they are at all times. So those are her perks. I will usually run this one, or this one. If somebody already has this, I'll run this. If somebody already has this, then I'll run either this or that. I'll use this if everybody already has these perks. Because always remember, these are going to hit at rank 3. So you have to feed Grandpa up to this level. So personally, we'll go for that. And then how are we going to spec? Well, here's how your traits break down as they did before. This is all still the same. Savagery increases how much damage you do. Blood harvesting increases how much blood you get back from blood buckets. It also determines how much blood you can hold. It also determines how much blood you get back when you hit a victim. So Sissy is pretty good with this. Blood harvesting is her strongest talent. So that's one of her hidden things that she could do to help support her team, is that she's a good blood harvester. Her endurance is not so bad. As you can see, her savagery sucks. Sissy is, what a lot of people want to do with Sissy is damage. Sissy does not do damage. She is not a damage person. If you want to do damage, you've picked the wrong person. Sissy is more, now it's not to say that Sissy can't do damage. It's just that she's not going to be doing the same level of damage that Johnny or Hitchhiker or Cook or Leatherface, hell, any of these guys are capable of. The only one who's probably going to be even Bones is stronger than her. Her utility comes from the fact that her and Hitchhiker, the way that they're built is that they swing faster than all the other characters. So she can land some hits. It's just that it takes her a lot of hits to make her point. And there's a way around that, but we'll discuss that afterward. So what you really want to do is, because we're going to be doing we're going to be mobile with this spec. So what you want to do, just as before, I usually like to take this up to about 40. Then we can drop however many points here. And that's only going to give us 18. So what we could do is take, since we've got fired up, take this down to 35. Bring this up to 20. And if you want to, just to give her a little more oomph, you can do that. But usually what I'd like to do is I like to go with this. You can play around with the endurance, and what this does is the more endurance you have for her, or for any family, this increases how long you can run, how long you can sprint, how long you can, and how much stamina it takes to do all of those tasks on top of swinging. Because endurance is wasted when you run, endurance is also wasted when you swing. So nothing is worse than being in a chase and then you finally get to the victim and you can only take one damn swing because you're out of stamina. So it's always good to watch for this. And 20 savagery is not bad for her. So then we want to come in here, and this is the star sign ability. So you get a variety to choose from. I have never messed with these. And this is to create poison faster when you're at a Martar. I don't feel like the time is an issue when it comes to creating her poisons. So I always skip out on these. What I prefer to go for is increase the amount of time a victim is affected by poison by 12 seconds. You got two of those. One here and one here. This is literally a second and 1.5 seconds faster or longer. It ain't worth it. So we go here. Then what these two do is increase the cloud duration, which is how long your poison cloud will last. This is 50. This is 55. We want that 55. So this means that your cloud will last for 55 seconds. And that's good because that's almost a minute. So when you're using this, you'll know about how much time you have. Now, when it comes to the D.O.R spec, I always recommend that there's two versions of this. The normal easy mode version, and then there's also professional mode. The difference between the two is that one of them, for normal mode, you're going to be you won't poison as many items, but for professional mode, you're going to have other items that you're capable of being able to poison through this perk right here, which is called Poison Pickup Locations. This allows you to poison toolboxes where victims get tools from, and this allows you to poison bone scraps where they get weapons from. So this is professional mode, as I said, because when you're doing this spec, you have to prioritize what it is that you poison and don't poison. And having too much to do in the beginning before you learn your rotation is just going to overwhelm a person. So you would start with Toxic Cloud, which this is what gives your Poison Cloud damage. Without this, Poison Cloud does not do damage. This right here, which we're going to go ahead and take, gives us the 15 damage for Poison Cloud. And this is 15 damage over a period of 12 seconds. So it's not instantaneous. And you have to wait for that 12 seconds to go by before you could put another poison effect onto the victim. So the damage sucks on this. But what it also does is when you poison somebody, they get what's called drunken controls. So that means if you're hitting left, all of a sudden your character might run right. Or if you're holding right, your character might run left. Or if you're holding down, your character might run up, or any manner of direction. That is what her poison does when she poisons somebody normally. Now, if you take this Toxic Cloud, it puts that damage on top of it. The poison effect also happens when she poisons an item. However, the damage only works for Poison Cloud. The damage does not extend to things that she poisons, which sucks. But that's always been the way that it is. That is not changed. So that is the D.O.R spec. This is the setup. Let's go ahead and let's show it in action, shall we? And one thing that has changed is that once upon a time, you used to not be able to go into a private lobby by yourself. But guess what? Now you can. All right, so this thing can see me talking, which is no problem because I'm not here with anyone else. And here we are. So you can select your map, everything. So what we're going to do is we're going to start on gas station. And since I want you to actually be able to see everything, we're going to start gas station day. Because what I'm going to discuss now is, let's go ahead and let's discuss, once you get onto the map, what you're going to do while you're doing this spec. So I'm going to be talking about strategy and then the whole point of this spec. So we'll do this on gas station day and it'll just be me. So let's go ahead. Let's dive in. And this is perfect for anybody who's new to this game. Pick your character, do your perks, and then pick a map and then go in and learn. Because this is how you're going to learn the maps and where everything is at for both sides.
Was hired as a live-in cook months ago. Patriotic Kidmore was hospitalized earlier this week. A rare poison was discovered. This led to Rose's arrest. Despite recommendations, the board began to suspect.
Just a playing with the poison wine. Dad!
All right, so first and foremost, you're going to start back here. This is the backfield, and back here with you is going to be your exit gate. Sissy always starts here. Always be aware of where you start at on the different maps. That's why I said go into private matches to learn where you start at, because some places you start in a good position. Like Sissy starts in a good position here, but on Family House she starts outside the house, which is considered a bad position. So you just always want to know your positions. But what you'll do is, normally when you come in, you're going to do one of two things. If as soon as you come in, if the victims are rushing, it is going to give you a message and it'll say Grandpa has woken up. If Grandpa has woken up, you skip all this. You come straight in. And what you're going to want to do is you're going to skip the blood. You're going to skip all this, because normally you will be going for this. This is a valve handle. And so these are the things that you can poison and that you'll want to be poisoning with the D.O.R spec. Because by default, Sissy can poison any of the objectives that go to any of the things that you need to complete. So this is a valve handle, so this goes to the valve. This is a fuse, this goes to the fuse box. So there are always 3 fuses and 3 valve handles on the map. With the door spec, you kind of always, if you have a moment, you always want to kind of check right here, especially for the fuse, because the fuse is either going to be here. Oh yes, and Sissy sings. Or the fuse is going to be here, right here on this wall where that blood spot is at. So that's always a good way to know if they're back here, because if you've got a fuse back here or there, then you know that your other 2 are going to be in the middle field or in the top field. So, like I said before, if you come in and Grandpa's already been woken up, you want to make a straight beeline for this here gate. And you want to go out of this gate. If Grandpa is not awake, then you want to start your process. So I would say, now there's 2 different ways to do this. This is the area you're going to be guarding when you play Sissy on this level. You're going to be guarding back here. You're going to be guarding this gate. You unlock it, close it. Be sure to lock your gate back. This is something that a lot of people make the mistake of when you play as family, is they don't lock the gate back. You don't lock it back, a victim can just open this gate and just trot right through it. So, here is the other gate. Here's the other gate that goes to the battery. These are going to be the gates that you watch. That one and this one. And then this is the house, of course. The fuse, we'll talk about that in just a second. But basically what you're going to do is, because it's kind of hard to do without it being in an actual match, but you're going to come out of this gate. And the reason why you come out of this gate first is because if victims are rushing, they're going to come out of that building over yonder. Because there is a stairway that leads from the basement, which is where they're at, out. Now, granted, they can also choose to come from the opposite direction and try to hit that fence. And they're going to do that if they came from the house. And how they do that is from this entrance here, which is right here. So they'll come up through here, and then they might come through here, or they're gonna go down this hallway, or they're gonna come out of this door, and then they're gonna come straight this way and go for this. There's also, this is why I say, like, go through your maps and learn your maps if you're new, because then you'll learn everything. Here's another passageway that they could come from. But if they're coming from this one, they have to worry about whoever is up here, because this is what's considered the top here. And your top has 2 more gates that go to the generator area. So that's where your generator is at. So somebody should be up here guarding these. So if anybody tries to sneak from this direction, more than likely they're going to get spotted. And then you'll be down here watching these gates. So this one and that one. Now the good thing is that for choosing this gate first, Papa is awake. And as you guys know, that's his sonar scream. Now, when he first wakes up, if victims wake him up, he is not going to be of level. If you notice, it says 0. So that means that none of the perks are going to be active. You have to feed Granpa in order to get them to be active. So just remember that. But if you run out and you want to make sure that there's no victims over there, you can look right over here. And you don't have to take long. Just give it a quick look. Make sure you don't see any victims sneaking around over there. And then your first thing is that once you come through those gates, after you take that look, you're going to get started poisoning. So that's one fuse. And then a valve has potential to be here, or it could be over here. And you want to hit these. Like, these are going to be your first objectives. And the reason why you're doing these is because anytime a victim picks those up, they're going to get poisoned. Now, what poison does is poison does give a red noise indicator when it hits. So if you're close enough, you will see that red noise indicator and you'll be able to see where the victim is and strike. So that's the benefit of poisoning all this stuff. A fuse can also be here. You can also find a valve handle on this side. So that's 2 valve handles. We already know that there was a third one back there. So we've capped off the valve handles. If they want another one, they're going to have to get back there past your gates. And as always, you're doing that. So you want to run and do that, and then stay on patrol down here. Your fuse box has a chance to spawn here. If your fuse box spawns here, then this is going to be part of your patrol, because your whole patrol is going to be hanging around back here, watching these gates, making sure nobody gets through these gates, and making sure nobody touches that fuse. Now, what do you do if the fuse, as I suspect,
Perfect.
I don't know why I did that, is in the house? The fuse has the chance to be here, or it has the chance to be here. If it's in the house, then normally it's supposed to be the responsibility of the person who's doing the protecting up here to keep an eye on that. But you kind of want to use teamwork on that. If you see that they might be busy or they're not looking at it, don't be afraid to run through the house. And this is a collection point. Gonna get more poison. As you can see, the 2 things I poisoned, it acted just like I didn't have the perk. And you have no control over that, so it just is what is. So then, like I said, you're watching out for all of this and such. Now, so say for instance, you've already poisoned this and this, and you're like, I want to move forward. So what you would do is, while you're watching this, shimmy in here. There's going to be a health potion here. You want to poison that. This is going to be one of the things that you poison. You want to poison health bottles. What this does with Sissy is just like it was before. Still works the same. You poison a health bottle. If a victim picks it up and tries to use it, they get no health from it. So that's why I said D.O.R, Denier of Resources. You are basically, you either completely flat out deny a resource to a victim, such as what you do with health bottles, or you make the resource hazardous to the victim to try and get. So that's what she does. And then, like I said, if she's nearby or any other family members are nearby and a victim picks that up, that's going to cause that red noise ping. And so that's going to alert them to any family that's nearby. So you're always going to find that health bottle in there. The next spot you're going to be able to find one. Aha. Okay, we got that. The next potential spots are always in here. You want to hit that too. Now, as far as blood, your objective at this point is going to be to poison. You'll come back for the blood afterward. Here's another one. This one is here sometimes, sometimes not. But you'll want to hit that one. And once something is poisoned, it stays poisoned. You don't have to come back and re-poison it. And then where your other potential fuse could be is back here. So you would shimmy through here and it right here. Now, what sucks about this is that this is also right by a spot where victims could come up from the basement. So, and this is all the way basically like on the other side of the map for Sissy. So if you can make it up here, do so. Because what this means is that we already got one, then we got the second one. So then that means that your third of each is behind the gates that you're guarding. So unless they get through those gates, they're not going to be able to get an unpoisoned fuse or valve handle. Poison this bad boy too. So see what I'm talking about when I say the difference between normal mode and easy mode? It's a lot of damn stuff to poison, isn't it? Now imagine if you had poison boxes, you'd be poisoning this too. And then if there are any bone scraps over here, you'd be poisoning those too. So you're going to be looking for those. And then that's what you would basically be doing. And then if you have a chance, so this is all if you have a chance to do it, because this is really going to help you control everything. Then you want to come up here and get this one. Now, you don't want to have to worry about going back that way, because as long as you've got somebody guarding those gates, that shouldn't be an issue. What you want to do is be able to control all of this around here, the mid and the backfield. Those are going to be the two spots that you're looking to control. And then once you get those set, then here's a bone scrap. So if you had the extra one, here's where you would poison a bone scrap. And then if it's already poisoned, it's going to tell you. And then here's where you can get blood from. Potential spot. So then at this point, while you're waiting, another bone scrap pop. So see what I'm talking about how the difference between, you would be poisoning a whole lot more if you go the other route. But look at what it does for you. It helps you establish a pretty freaking solid perimeter, because you'd have this. So if they mess with that, they're going to get caught, or they're going to get seen. If they mess with that, they're going to get seen, because remember, you're supposed to be in this near vicinity. So if they pick it up, they're going to get seen. Every great now and then, there's a bone scrap pile back here. There's also a bone scrap pile here sometimes. If it's not there, then it's here. You got your blood right there. And then, of course, like I said, your top person will be doing this. So one thing that you can do with Sissy is that Sissy is the only family member who can do this. That's right. I can hide like a victim. Now, what is the benefit for this? Especially because, as you can see, she gets the creeping fog just like a victim does before it'll force her out. What is the purpose behind this? Watch the animation when I come out of the door. Okay, well, she didn't do it for this. All right. Let's try it over here. Let's see if she'll do it here. Now that search. That's hide. You see how she swung? Now, if a victim were here, and this is very hard to pull off, but if a victim would have been nearby when I came out like that, they needed to actually be standing like right here, because the hit range on it is teeny tiny. She has a one-hit kill from hiding spots. But the victim has to be right at the hiding spot in order for it to work. So it's a bit useless, but an ability nonetheless. Sissy can also tell if somebody is hiding, because if somebody is hiding in there, you won't get the option to hide. You'll only be able to search. So that's how you would do that. So basically, that's your door spec. And that's what you're going to be doing is, like I said, if we were taking the if we had the other version, we'd be poisoning that. And we'd be poisoning any other bone scraps that we found nearby. Now, do you ever want to go back and poison anything over here? The only time that you'll do that is should somebody breach the gate. Now, how do you stop them from breaching the gates? Basically, be present. Because if you try and put poison on these gates, that's only going to be a minute protection. And 9 times out of 10, because the victims know that it does such low damage, they'll just go ahead and tank your poison and call it a day. Now, the bad news for them is that it's also going to give you an indicator that they're doing so. But just be careful if you're going to be using that for that, if you're going to use it for beacons, because then you're going to run out of poison, because Efficient Herbalist does not work for Poison Cloud. So you only get 3 Poison Cloud uses ever. Or you can poison multiple items. So yeah, it doesn't work for that. Another bone scrap. So that's how you be running with this. I know it's not a lot to show, but basically that's what you'd be doing. That's the general gist of it.
This will help them see more clearly.
All right, so we're going to exit to the main menu. So basically, that's really going to be it for the D.O.R spec. Like, that's version 1. Now, check this out. At any point, hold on just a moment, please. All right, sorry about that. Now, if at any point you feel that you're good with Scout, all I need is a stamina, because my endurance is already at 38. I'm already faster. I don't really need fired up. Well, what you'll do is you'll take Wireframe. And the reason why you want this is because what this is going to do is this is going to help you with your chase potential, on top of being able to poison stuff. So what you're going to do with this is, and you're still going to keep you can either have poison on your poison cloud or be able to go and poison other things. But what this is going to let you do is with Wireframe, you traverse gaps 40% faster and crawl spaces 60% faster. So what this does is this adds pressure on your chases. And I'm going to show you the difference. Now, you saw me going through those gaps and everything before. We'll do nighttime this time. You saw me going through those gaps before. Now, check it out when you've got this.
Wasn't sure what he was expecting when he discovered a burnt-out truck on his back 40 this morning. Gaines was patrolling the perimeter of his land just after sunrise when he saw the truck in the distance. It was apparent that the truck was damaged from a distance, but closer inspection led Gaines to find the charge of the driver's seat in a large bag filled with money roughly 30 feet away. Gaines says the truck didn't look familiar.
All right. So we will still do the same. Come in. Then, of course, you poison that. And as soon as you see it, because it's like you're going to be tempted to want to poison it. But don't do it. So basically you would run in. You see how fast she went through that? Let me show you one more time. Like, as you can see, it was like literally just one. So it depends on what you want. Do you want that utility? Because basically you're gonna go ahead and you're gonna take fired up on anything where you're going to be doing long chases. But you're gonna take scout, but you would consider taking wireframe on a map like this, where basically you've got all these different gaps that you could go through. Sissy, if you do not quit singing, girl, that's one thing about Sissy. She's always singing. Now check this out. You remember how long that gap took before? Now that's how fast I went through there. If you have a victim that starts going through here and you do this, you will actually make it out faster than the victim, or at the same time as the victim, and you will be right up on them. So that's the difference between the two. On a smaller map like this, you're probably best suited to go with wireframe over having fired up, because your chases aren't gonna be that long. The only time your chases are gonna be long is if you're going into the basement. And I haven't shown the basement because I'm gonna leave that up to all of you, as always, to go and explore and go take a look at. But basically, the reason why I don't show the basement is because there's nothing down there in the basement. The only thing that's down here in the basement is the fuse box. Other than that, the only time you really want to be trying to chase somebody into the basement is if you anticipate that you're going to be able to kill them. Because unfortunately, the basement, as you all know, is a victim wonderland. There's all kinds of gaps and crawl spaces, which sounds like it would be a wonderland for Sissy too. But remember, Sissy doesn't do heavy damage. So you can run around that space all you want to and think that you're doing something, but there's also health potions and toolboxes and bone scraps down there. So the victims will be able to outdo you if you go down there. This is why you control the top and take away everything from them with the D.O.R spec, so that they're forced to go to the basement if they want any resources. So that means that they use them up, because resources are finite for the victims. So once you use a health potion, it's gone. It's not coming back. It doesn't respawn someplace else. Once gone, it's done. And that's what you want them to do with this spec, is that you want them to go down into the basement, chug up all their health potions, and then you try to come to the surface and get one, and you're denied. So that's how that helps out with the team. For the team, is that when you have, especially if you have heavy hitters on your team, then you're going to be able to back them up by doing that, denying health, making it to where anything that they pick up here is poison for the most part, any objective item. So you make that really hard for them to do. And just like before, that's what Sissy does. That's what she's best at. But that's not all that she does. So let's go ahead and see what else Sissy can do. So, you would think, if Sissy is such a denier of resources, do all her specs work like that? Unfortunately, no. I would say if you're just starting with Sissy, you want to go this route, because this is going to help you get a real good feel for things and give you the opportunity to be good for your team. So that's the way you would go. But what does going to the left or up the middle offer Sissy? Well, it depends on what you want to do. if you want to go up the middle, this is going to give you access to some damage perks. Serrated being one of the most king perks that you can ever have. And then you will go up the middle. You have the option to go this way. I would recommend, if you're ever going to go up the middle, you have access to Pharaoh. And when you come up here, don't be an idiot and come this way, because punishment is worthless. Wind Doom, while it's a good grandpa perk for any map that has windows, don't be fooled. You want Serrated. Now, big swings, you do not use this on Sissy. Do not use this on Sissy. If you want to play Sissy on obscene hard mode, then go ahead and choose this perk. Because basically it does exactly what it says. When you swing, it makes your attacks more costly. You get the damage increase, but because Sissy starts with 10 savagery, Sissy is not meant to be a damage dealer, no matter what you do. So taking this is literally going to make it to where you swing 4 times and you're out of stamina. Now that's if you're at full. So imagine chasing somebody and then you take a swing. You'll literally get 1 swing out of it and you get no benefit. So you have to take the perk, but it's basically worthless. Now, here is where you have a decision. Because you have the decision to continue to go this way, which will allow you to get your pay for that. When Grandpa is incapacitated, your damage dealt to victims is increased by 15% until he recovers. This is an okay perk to have, but it's kind of clutch. So you could come this way and to get that, and then that also gives you Tenderizer. Coming up this way gives you access to Suffocating Grip, which is an awesome Grandpa perk. Close Encounter minigame is easier by 25% for the perk holder. Now it says that, but what it actually means is that it works for everybody. Because guess who the perk holder is? Grandpa. Who is he dispersing it to? All family members. So yes, this perk does work on all family members when it activates. So whoever has it, as long as one person has it, everybody benefits. So you could come up this way and go towards this direction and get a couple of talents from here. But these talents are never going to compare, in my opinion, to what you can get from going this way. Now, if you're looking, you're like, this looks like the D.O.R spec you just did, dude. Yeah, kind of, sort of. But with a bit of a difference. No scout. So why would you lose your 15% speed bonus? Because you're trading it in for Serrated. Now, remember how I said Sissy doesn't do damage? It doesn't mean that she can't make her hits sting. And this is how you would do it with the D.O.R spec. Like I said, you're going to lose scout. But what Serrated does is victims hit by the perk holder take 1 HP per second of extra damage for the next 3, 4, 5 seconds. This perk stacks up to a maximum of 5. So that means that you can stack this so that it's 5 HP they lose per second for the next 5 seconds. Which, if you know how to do your math, that turns out to be, if you're doing 5 damage for 5 seconds, that's 25 damage. Should be 30, but at 5. But what this does is, if you stack this, then what this means is that this gives her a damage over time effect on her hits. So this makes her hits mean more at the sacrifice of speed. So this means that you can't zoom around as effectively. You lose your speed to be able to go around and effectively hit things for your efficient herbalist. But you make these fools sorry if you can hit them. So you will go with this, and then here's where you make a decision. Remember how I said each side has a damage or a chaser version? This is going to be your damage version, believe it or not. Now you would think, wait a minute, why are you taking efficient herbalist? Because you're still keeping the D.O.R spec, but you're getting the benefit of Serrated on top of that. And then you would spec yourself the same way you did before. So what this means is that when you whip out Toxic Cloud on him, that's 15 damage if they're in it. That's over 12 seconds on top of what you're doing with Serrated, on top of what you're doing with your regular hits. So yeah, the damage does wind up stacking up in the background. And this is how she can become as strong as Hitchhiker when it comes to working this. Now, she still gets her good perks, but she also gets access to another one, which is well. She lost exterior alarms for well. Victims that jump down wells take 50% more damage. This is a good perk, and it's level 1. Because victims are going to be welling quite a bit. And most victims aren't packing stunt double, which reduces their damage when they jump down a well. So if you have this and they're taking 50% more damage and they don't have stunt double, you make it a bad idea for a victim to well from you, which is what they're going to do to try and get away from you. So this is a bonus. And then these 2 perks is what you keep. How you would spec, now you would think, I want to spec with the most damage. That's about the way you want to go. You can finagle how you want to. Set that at 35. And then you can do that at 26. Or what you could do is what I'll call the 30, 38, 31 build, the 30s build. So now you got 30 savagery, you got 38 in blood harvesting, no points there, and you got 31 in endurance. Now the thing about this is that this requires stamina management. You're going to be taking advantage of fired up. So I want to show you that in action. Because saying it, but then showing you is 2 different things. So let me show you what you do when you're working with this. All right, and we'll take well. And we'll do family house.
to Hellam's Ranch yesterday to investigate reports of cattle abuse, but what they found instead was disturbingly serene. The ranch was devoid of livestock. Instead, 13 men, all dressed in plain white clothes, were sitting in chairs spread throughout the property. Each one was wearing a simple rope belt, a pair of sunglasses, holding a copy of King James' Bible. No man showed signs of abuse, neglect, or trauma. The sheriff's department believes each man ingested some amount of potassium cyanide, judging from the large
They'll see the light before this is over.
So as you can see, I don't have my speed. But this is what you'll do. Watch my stamina. It's right below my poisons. You can see it going down now. So now jog. Now jog. See how fast that comes back? That's how you do your stamina management with running fired up instead of having scout. And we're in the house. So what we will go about doing is doing basically the same thing. You want to hit these fuses. You want to hit these health bottles. Your fuse has a chance to be there. A health bottle has a chance to be there. Like, go through all the maps and learn where everything is, so that you can know exactly where to go and exactly what to poison to do your thing. Because once you hit this map, Grandpa will probably be woke before you ever even make it into the house. But yeah, so that's how you would do. Like, say for instance, there's a fuse, so you would get that one. And your fuses have a chance to be... Now, I had planned on going through every map, but I'm going to leave that up to all of you guys. That's your homework for all the characters. Go through on private match and find out where everything is. And there's different variations. So that your homework is that you're going to have to find out where all these are. She can't get past that. So her benefit is that she could shimmy and come out on the other side of it. So as you can see, this is what my stamina looks like with this. This is how far I'm running right now. And even when I went through that gap, you see how that worked? So like I said, I'm getting that extra damage. I don't have that damage boost. I don't have that speed boost. But I'm getting that extra damage. And I'm still running. Still running. Still running. Still running. Now imagine if you were on a victim with that. Now imagine if you had scout, you'd be even faster. So that's how you always manage your stamina. Pay attention to it. Now say I'm running. And then I attacked. Wait. And then attack some more. Wait. Even if you have to let them do their thing or go down a well, you always want to make sure that you stay on top of your stamina. So that's how you would do that if you're running fired up and you have no scout. So that's that. So that's how you would run the D.O.R spec if you want a little extra damage to go with it. So that covers the D.O.R spec, and if you ask me, that basically covers going up the middle too. Like, you can go this way, but I would not advise it. It doesn't give you enough. It doesn't give you enough. It gives you some different things, but you lose the utility of this by going this way. And if you're gonna go this way, you're gonna need talents from over here. And we'll show you why. Like, you can use these talents from here, but basically the only reason why you would go this way is because you're going for Sport Loser. And what Sport Loser does is when you lose a close encounter, you drop a bomb. You drop a bomb on them. And the only thing that changes is through your level is how long that cooldown takes. So that means that hopefully you're not getting into back-to-back grapples. So it's not an issue. But it does not take from your poison clouds. It doesn't take from your inventory. It makes it so that if you lose a grapple, you drop a poison bomb. And the reason why I say it's more beneficial to take it from this side is because this side is what provides all the extra stuff that makes your poison cloud even better. So that's the D.O.R spec. What else does Sissy have to offer? Well, Sissy can also continue that D.O.R spec, but in a different type of way. Basically, you go D.O.R spec to do this, which I feel is Sissy's best utility. But you can also become a pretty unexpectedly nasty killer and chaser. Or I should say chaser and denier of area, which is D.O.A, going this way. And I'll show you how. So if you want to go D.O.A, this is where you make that decision at. This direction means you go D.O.A. This direction means that you go more toward the best way to explain going this way would be if you want to be, if you've mastered the D.O.R spec and you know your Sissy, this allows you, and you know your gates and you know how to defend well, going this way is going to allow you to be a pretty good attacker. But since we're talking about denial specs, we'll go this way. This is your backbone talent when it comes to that. Linger. Toxic Cloud lasts 5 seconds longer and is 100 centimeters larger in diameter. So this is 5 seconds on top of what you already have in your ability from right here. So that's 55 seconds. This makes it at level 1, 1 minute. 10 seconds, 1 minute and 5 seconds. 15 seconds, 1 minute and 10 seconds. So this means that your Toxic Cloud lasts for 1 minute and 10 seconds. And when they say it's larger, oh yeah. So this begins the D.O.A spec, which is the denier of area spec. And what this is this is a temporary thing. This is not permanent. It's for 1 minute and 10 seconds. Where you drop a poison cloud that is so big that anyone in the near vicinity is jacked up. You only get these options by going this route. This perk used to be unique to Nancy. It's worthless. Don't ever mess with it. Now, when you come this way, it'll try and trick you. And it's like, ooh, you want surgical, so you could get more blood when you attack the victims. But you're going for utility. So you want to come this way and grab Spore Loser. Then we want to come this way. And a new perk that got added along with Wireframe, Slippery. Now, how is this different from Wireframe? Well, as the description says, after navigating after navigating gaps or crawl spaces, you move 15% faster for 7 seconds. 5, 5, 7. You move 5% faster for 5 seconds, 10% faster for 5 seconds, 15% for 7 seconds. So what this means is that anytime you go through a gap, you get Scout for 7 seconds. This is what gives her her chase potential. The bad news about this is that victims also have this perk. So if you're dealing with a victim and they have Jumpstart and this, like once they hit a gap, they're going to leave you. And that's okay. You'll be able to tell as soon as you hit the gap and as soon as they hit the gap. If they hit the gap and take off, just skip it. But it gives you that utility because this will help you when it comes to patrolling. So now, what the heck do you do with this build? Well, depends on what you want. First of all, Linger is going to be your backbone. And then, do you want close encounter protection or not? And the answer should be yes. Now, once upon a time when Special Blend was a random perk, you had the option to get it too. So you would have taken Spore Loser, and then for here, you would have taken Special Blend. Because basically it would have made you pretty darn strong. You get a poison on hit, and with a bigger poison cloud, like basically it's poison, 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 no matter what. But because you can't have that, remember how I said how it breaks down? Do you want the damage version or do you want the chaser version? This would be the chaser version. Unfortunately, when you go this route, you get Dookie for Granpa perks. You always get Always in Sync. You get Animal Form, which increases chicken detection radius. This does sound like it's garbage, but if you can actually get it to proc before the chickens are dead, this means that the chicken basically start detecting victims at twice the range, I think, that they normally would. So as long as they're running, the chickens will detect them and give them that red highlight. If you're in range, you'll be able to see. So this is one of those things that's kind of like yay or nay. You just had to be in range for it. You still get this. Brute Strength slightly increases melee damage for all family members. It's a rank 2. So it's not too bad because this is going to help increase your strength and anybody else's strength. Swinging for the Fences reduces stamina consumption on melee attacks by 25%. A lot of people think that this is garbage, but that 25% reduction on melee attacks means that you're consuming 25% less stamina on attacks. So you're either spending that less or this less. Actually, no, I'm messing it up. I'm thinking that one was this one, which is Don't Have All Day, which is stamina drain while sprinting is decreased by 25%. So you have one that decreases the stamina, one that decreases the melee. Well-Fed Youngins used to be one that people swore by, but it's only when Grandpa's sonar is activated that all family members instantly regain 50 stamina. What does this matter if you're at full stamina? Nothing. So you're always going to be looking for this one, or this one. And if you're feeling experimental, this one, especially if you plan on being in range, because this is going to actually help back you up if there's chickens in the area that you're protecting. And then this is going to be the last one you go to. So, since these are both 2s, just depending on which map I'm on or how I'm feeling, I usually go for that one. Then how you want to build is you want to take, because you would think, okay, shouldn't you go for that instead? No, because you want that max time on that poison cloud. And you're going to totally skip out on this because we're not D.O.R, we're D.O.A. So you're going to want that poison. You want that damage. Now, if you notice, we don't have Scout. And we don't have Fired Up. So what the heck are we going to do about that? Unfortunately, in my opinion, when you roll with Sissy and you're going this route, this is where you lose the most amount of damage in order to gain utility. So what I would do is do this. 20, 38, 40. So this means that you're not going to be doing a whole lot in the way of damage, which is not unusual for Sissy. But what this is going to do is that increased endurance is going to let you do exactly what you need to do. Chasing. Now you can switch this around, but like I said, if you don't have Fired Up, your endurance management is going to be a whole lot different because you cannot depend on Fired Up to come in and help you out. So that means you have to wait that 3 seconds for everything to start recharging. So you want to, if you're messing with that left path, or you're messing with that middle path that goes into the left, you're going to make sure, you want to make sure that you have endurance. And technically, you could leave everything out of savagery and pump it all into endurance if you want to. But just remember, you're going to be hitting like a wet frickin' noodle. But you'll be able to hit like 20 times. So it just depends on how you want to go with that. But here's how this looks in action. This is a good map for this build.
The remains of an unidentified male have been discovered near Devil's River off Highway 163 in southwest Texas. A Cedar Canyon resident stumbled upon the scene while hunting early yesterday morning. Authorities have confirmed this is approximately the same location where 2 females were discovered last June. All of the victims appear to have been stabbed and strangled to death. Although the cases have similarities, investigators have nothing more to share at this time. Cattle mutilations continue to plague the quiet farming communities of Central Texas, as 2 more were reported just last evening. The cows were discovered with the throat slit.
Get on home, little children.
All right. So as you can see, I'm slow. Oh my goodness, I'm slow. But then I hit this gap. And suddenly I got speed. Hit another gap. I got speed. I got scout speed. And that's the cool thing about this perk. As long as every time you hit a gap,
'Cause one
it activates.
one is one.
But look at that stamina.
I'll never say never to.
See how long it took to come back?
I'll never say
So always pay attention. Because that's the thing about Slippery.
to dream.
Slippery always jack. Sissy, hush, I'm talking. So, if you were on this map, you start here. So this means that this is going to be your two guards to gate. Your two gates to guard. Good lord. How did I mess that up? So this means that you would be right here. And the reason why this spec is perfect for this, or if you have wireframe, is because you can just shimmy through here. And there's your other gate. Shimmy through here. There's your other gate. There's also this area. Like, learn to use the gaps. And literally, you can run around with Scout. But you just have to watch your stamina. And basically, you watch your whole area. So it's almost like I have Scout. Just off that one perk. Now, what do you do with somebody like this? Well, because she's a denier of area, what makes her that way is this. Say for instance, I really want to guard my gates. I'd stop right about here, turn here and go,
This will help them see more clearly.
check this poison cloud out. Look how big my poison cloud is. Then I'll come over here. Do the same thing.
They're gonna love this.
Look how big my poison clouds are. So for the next minute and 10 seconds, I have denied them access to this area without it being a hazard. But I've lost 2 poisons. So that's the one thing. You always have to be careful. Know where your poisons are, and you won't be poisoning stuff with this because you're using your poison for utility. So the bad news about this is that you have to be smart on when to do that. You cannot be willy-nilly because, as you know, when it comes to Sissy, her being able to throw out poison is finite. When you run out of herbs, no more poison. So that would be how you would play her. I can't show you Sport Loser because I need to be in a grapple. But the D.O.A is because of the size of Poison Cloud. So say for instance you came in here and you were like, these fools, because the fuse has a chance to be here. These fools are going to hit the fuse. Okay. Well, if you know that they come up from here and have to come up from here, you'd simply turn around and do something like this.
Perfect.
So now all this is jacked up. All this is jacked up. As soon as they get here from that gate, they're going to be touching poison. So yeah, That's her D.O.A spec. That's the way she works with D.O.A. And trust me, when you've worked with the D.O.R spec and then you switch to the D.O.A, it's hard to not want to take and poison everything around you. Like, you'll be like, oh, I could poison this, but I'm not that spec. Oh, I could poison this, but I'm not that spec. Yep. That's about the way it works. So that's what you do with this version. And that's her skills. Ah, Papa woke up. All right, and then we're going to show the last. We're going to show the last version of what Sissy is capable of. Same route. Now we went this way because we're getting rubber legs. You remember this, don't you? This gives your toxic cloud and poison items the ability to slow victims by 20%. Now, a lot of people think that Sissy does this by default. She does not. It just gives you the drunken effect. And if you don't spec for it in your star sign, it doesn't have the damage. This is the slowing effect. So you would take that. And something I forgot to mention, another thing that you can experiment with the other spec, despite the fact that I like the way it was set up, is tracker tagged. Which means that anytime Sissy hits somebody, they get highlighted. So if you would actually replace that with Spore Loser. And the reason why I say that is because you always need a traversal talent. And since you don't have Scout and you don't have Fired Up, you need something to help with that traversal. So it will replace Spore Loser for me. But it just depends on what kind of utility you want to have. Because all that's going to do is just notify the other family members that you've hit somebody. So it's up to you to decide that utility. And look what it is. Special Blend. This is where they put it. All right. So now the question is, what would you do with this? Well, first and foremost, your cornerstone is going to be rubber legs. Because guess what? Your toxic cloud and poison items also slows down victims by 10, 15, 20%. So what this does is this actually brings back a little bit of the D.O.R spec. Depending on which map you're on, if you're close enough to them, when you're running with this, you want to waste the poisons to go ahead and poison your objective items. So that's your fuse handle, your valve handles, and your fuses. You don't have to worry about the health, but you want those valve handles and you want the fuses. Because if they touch them, that's a slowdown for 20%. And any family that's nearby is going to capitalize. Then you want that special blend, baby. Here it is. Then, after that, it's up to you to decide what you want. Do you want, if you anticipate that you're going to be getting grappled a lot, take Spore Loser. So this means if you have a Leland in the match, or a Wyatt, or a Daddy, any any time that you think you're gonna wind up getting grappled, take Spore Loser. And something that I didn't get to show from the Linger build, when you take Spore Loser, your Spore Loser cloud is as big as your Linger cloud. So you definitely want Spore Loser for that. I feel like Spore Loser is better suited for Linger. Whereas I feel like this is better suited for running this spec. Now, what are you doing? You're basically, like I said, you're gonna kind of use the D.O.R spec with this. But your main objective is gonna be guarding, like we talked about before, your gates. Because your poison cloud is not gonna be as big. But what this does is this allows you to, when you hit somebody, oh my goodness, you will make them, you'll freak them out. Trust me. Because people don't expect Special Blend. That fast, people have forgotten about Special Blend. And then when you have this, because your Special Blend, make sure that you apply this when you hit a victim. So then that's a poison cloud. And you'll definitely be taking this. You'll skip out on that because you just don't have the poison for it. So then that allows you to drop a poison cloud to put that 15% damage on them. And then let you do what you need to do. Now, unfortunately, this is the worst Granpa perk spec. Like, it stank. You'll be rolling with this, or that. That as a last. And what will you do with this? You're going to go the same route. You can either go with the high stamina. Now me, you can do this, but I tend to go for this. And the reason why I go for this is because, remember, you don't have Scout and you don't have Fired Up, so you need that endurance over the damage. So unfortunately, I don't have anybody on the map, so I can't show you this spec in its full beauty. But basically, you remember what Special Blend does. So this helps stamina regeneration by 50% at rank 3. So back when this would have been Fired Up, and that would have been Scout, having that plus that stamina regeneration is what basically allowed you to never run out of stamina with Sissy during a chase. She might have sucked on that damage, but my goodness, she did not suck at keeping up with you. She followed you all around the map, from the top to the bottom to the basement, back out the basement. You couldn't lose her to save your life. She was worse than Hitchhiker, if you ask me, when she had that version. But that's gone now. So this is what you would use for this. Unfortunately, I can't show you to you in a private match. So we will see this when we go out into the wild. So that's it. In my opinion, that's basically it for Sissy. That's what you do for her now. Kind of similar to what you did for her then. So, now that we've had the talk, we'll go ahead and we'll show her in action. And I thought I was going to be able to get to every family member tonight, but you guys don't want to hear me just talk. You guys want to see some matches too. So this might get split into 2 parts. Maybe 3. But it's alright, because I would like to teach you all. So So what we're going to do is, let's roll it back. And let's start from the beginning. All right, so we're gonna roll with that. Let's take a quick break. 5 minutes, not even that, like 3 minutes. And then we will show you this in action. I'm only doing this because I don't want this to get messed up in between. So I'm going to show you guys professional mode. We'll start with that and then we'll do the other version. So which my push to talk button? Now I like that it says push to talk, but it's like, what's your push to talk? Oh, okay, here we go. What's your push to talk? Nothing. Oh, okay. V. Okay. Okay. So V. Okay. Testing. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. All right, we got that. All right, quick break, everybody. And then we're going to watch all these specs in action. All right, let's sock and stroll. Okay. No, we're not gonna be face. We haven't gotten to him yet. Ah. We're gonna be less effective with the efficient herbalist here, with the exception of the fact that there's a Danny. Like if there was no Danny, then this spec would be useless here. So we got a hitchhiker and a cook with us. So we should be good. Danny is going to be going after all of the objective items because
Pode
it's
comprar esse personagem a par com dinheiro. R$ 50 cada personagem, pago.
because that's part of what he does. So we do have use. Let's see. You know what, cook? I know what you can use. I know what you won't. If you have a cook in the match, help him out. Nobody escapes hell helps him out big time.
Tem açúcar aqui, hein? Tá usando.
Reported cases of suspected food poisoning have led authorities to recall all meat sold through the Delverson meatpacking facility outside Coleman, which in turn led to the arrest of plant supervisor Justin Austin. 40-year-old Austin admitted some of the ground chuck produced by the facility had become when several rapid separates had fallen into the process. And Mr. Austin did not halt production nor notify city health inspectors.
All right, we're gonna beeline to the house.
To me, the song I sing for all to see.
There's Hitch. He starts out front. He set his trap. We'll help him out. By default, Sissy can poison all traps. Don't need a perk for it. Then I like to go through here because Cook will usually be there. And by the time I make it through here, he should be headed this way.
Maybe you should get back to cooking instead of trying to tell me what to do.
All right. He did his thing. Now what we want to do. Okay. He means to come around and barge that. I'll help you out. All right. So see, he's already on a mission. He's barging all the doors.
You and me. We're his favorites. That's why Grandpa taught us the best.
That's right. Shimmy. And we'll barge this one. Here we go. Turn this light on. And as you know, this is what we do. Oh, sorry. He was like, fool, why you hitting me?
It's too foggy.
Since I took this, that's that. That's this. Told you. Nasty. Nasty queen.
Just a touch.
And there. What you gonna do, honey? It ain't none of that. There's that stamina. Power up.
Oh, sugar. Does that hurt?
She is gonna die! Night, sweetheart.
This could have been so much easier for you, sunshine.
We go feed our pawpaw.
Aw, I love you, Grandpa.
I need poison.
You can't hide forever, you know. Don't fight it.
Sorry.
Just give in, sweetie.
I can do a lot with one poison.
Well, ain't you shit?
You can't touch him, Danny. He got him. Where'd you get him?
Hi there.
Good job. Wasn't that fun? And see, walked out with good points. Why? Because. And see, I only killed one. Hitchhiker was on a roll. He was like, everybody here dies. But I backed him up with that good poison. We'll show you one more match. Hopefully it's on a different map. What I'd like to do is show you guys a couple of matches with each spec. Yeah, no. Sorry. There are people that I have banned. Now, one would think on a level like this, I should be itching to take Wireframe. And you know what? You'd be absolutely right. So what we're gonna do is we're gonna lose this utility and we're gonna take that. The reason why is because of where we're going to start at. And my cook don't trust in that. But he ought to. Because I still got Scout. I can still do the job.
Say the phenomenon, simply known as the Marfa ghost lights, are occurring at an astounding rate over the last few months. Witnesses report seeing white, blue, and red orbs of light dangle and dance above the Chinati Mountains for several minutes before quickly disappearing into the blackness of the Chihuahua Desert. Although the lights have been visible for over 100 years, their origin remains a mystery. The scheduled draining of the Colton Reservoir was put on hold when the city was...
They'll see the light before this is over.
All right. They shouldn't make it back here. Anytime you see that, stop what you're doing. And move out. Because this is a rush. Sometimes there's a pipe here. We're gonna collect some blood.
You and me. We're his favorites.
We're gonna help out Hitch,
Grandpa taught us the best.
and we're gonna really help him out. We're gonna go barge this door.
Maybe you should get back to...
Let's go get her. Come here, honey.
Hey there, sweetie.
Yeah, don't go that way. That blue cloud is her version of poison. She thinks she's
You can't
better
hide
than me.
forever, you know.
She ain't better than me.
These others round here ain't so understanding. I
Back
can help
to
you.
the control. All right. Objective: guard our gates.
Death doesn't have to be the end, you know.
Cook.
Just trust
Okay.
me.
So I got a cook who's running around here. So we're both double guarding.
You get out of here. Fight.
She won't make it much longer. All right. And unfortunately, I thought at one point you could poison
Little children,
Cook's locks,
come on home.
but apparently you can't. Start locking it down.
We will lie under the sun.
Because our objective is watching these gates. And even without the hitchhiker's lock, without Cook's locks, I'll still be good. Battery down. Battery down.
Oh, love, my love, look at your love. Oh, love, my love, look at your
We'll let her marinate on that for a few seconds. And then we'll come back here because we already saw somebody trying to be sneaky.
Doesn't have to be the end, you know. Just trust me.
Hi, Jenny.
This will help them see more clearly.
Yeah, that's what it looks like when you go through her poison. She didn't like that too much.
You're gonna peter out soon.
Hitch, you should be watching your area. Caught him. Now, Hitch, who's watching your area? I'm just curious. Who's watching your gates? Cook? Haha.
Come on home, little children, come on home.
I thought so.
You having fun yet?
Hello.
When the eagle flies, we will lie under the sun.
Time to collect that blood. Blood-a-lean. I know I'm your favorite, Papa. I'm coming to give you some loving.
Are you okay, Grandpa? Here, drink this.
Sprung into action, immediately swimming out to help the boys reach the shore safely. Although the kids
Well, someone's thirsty.
Needed that poison? Had to get up here and get it. I'm gonna poison you too.
Night so dark, wind so cold, the fire's burning. You keep warm.
Got her!
Just to play in
Got her!
poison wine. Sun in your
Night night, sweetheart.
with the
Got her! And don't worry if you walk out with no kills with Sissy. Your whole thing is about utility. You want complete utility to help out your team and everything else. So even if you don't get the kill, you know that everything I did in that match helped out my team. Because somebody probably picked up a poisoned health bottle and didn't win. Alright, now here's the real challenge. And that's where we need to decide what we want. Because you can either go with I'm going to go with this. I'm going to go with this build. He's already got that. So we're going with his side of Granpa. He's already got that covered. We're going with that build. The only reason why I'm going with this is because there's a lot of gaps in the area that I need to watch. So, as always, you watch it. Like I said, this is why I said everybody needs to check their maps so you'll know what to use and what not to use. So you know when to use fired up and when you need to be using wireframe over fired up.
Is back in the public spotlight. Pflugerville citizens are in an uproar demanding answers from Texas state officials on why no arrests have been made in the case. Reports say an unidentified man entered the home in the middle of the night, viciously strangling one female to death before attempting to stab both roommates who were sleeping nearby. Authorities believe the attacker...
Alright, we're already screwed. So, as soon as you see that, if you're back here, move quick, hit that third door, hit this door, come through here. We're going to skip out on poisoning that. We're going to catch this blood. Because at this point, no victims have made it out of the basement yet. So we want to try and get ahead of them. So we can be ready for anything that they might have planned. Start it up. That's one.
Hey there, sugar. Where you been?
Somebody's already up. I believe it. Hello, Leland. How are you today? Skeet.
They're gonna love this.
See, he's not gonna try and come back through there. Wow, you're able to do that?
Gotcha.
All right, we almost had him. It's poisonous. Cook is going downtown. Let's wait for him to do that.
I can't hear nothing.
Now he's guarding this area. Let me head up top.
So stop fooling.
Hello, face.
I know you're still here, sunshine. I can feel you.
Nobody made it? Cool. Fuse? Yep. Do it. Should be a health bottle. Do it. Magnificent. Hello, Chicky baby.
This is why I'm always leaving. Because you can't.
Ay, 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 ay. Face is in danger. Back him up. Just me. Papa.
Oh, that's good, ain't it? There. It's all right, Grandpa. Let go of your fear. It's holding you back.
The fuck? Excuse my language. You can't get away from me, baby. Unless you will. Time to let that stamina regen I don't have fired up.
When the eagle flies, we will ride under the sun.
As always, watch your doors. Ooh. Yay, yay. We got that one. We got this one. You touch it, you're jacked up.
Oh, that blood looks nice and fresh, too.
Ooh.
I need more flowers.
Face, what you got? I hear you. I hear you getting beat.
Damn kids. Where'd they go?
Battery down. Battery down.
Death doesn't have to be the end, you know? Just trust me. These others round here ain't so when the eagle flies, we will lie under the sun.
Face, how did you mess that up, partner? How did you mess that up?
Come on, Sissy.
Damn.
You can try.
No poison. So I might be jacked up here. You're not gonna get that one.
Gonna be happy with me.
Cook, where are you? Face, where are you? How are we doing? We got 2 who escaped. always say, don't play Leatherface unless you actually know how to play. People think that he's the easy mode character. He's not. Dude! Cook! You're supposed to be watching that. How did you fail? Now the thing is that you cannot make up for other family shortcomings. So Cook wasn't watching his gates. Face was doing what he is supposed to do, which is a roamer. And I should have been watching my gates. So they should have never made it into that area from the beginning. So that's it. But I'm pretty sure. Really? So this is actually locked? I knew I'd find you, Sonny.
Fear. It's holding you back.
Come to me, boo. Come to me. And me without fired up. You're not gonna make it, man. I'm just letting you know right now. You really not gonna make it. You touch that battery, I'm gonna jack you up. Oh, damn. I have to turn it on?
Little children coming home. You having fun yet?
Now, the thing is that you cannot make up for the shortcomings of your team. They killed nobody. They did nothing. Cook did a little bit of something that Face left something to be desired. Like, please do not play Leatherface if you're a beginner. If you're a beginner, you should not be playing Leatherface. Because you need to know maps and everything else with Leatherface. But that's okay, I guess. Alright. So I showed you what those two sides look like. Let's go ahead and let's switch it up. We already did the D.O.A. spec. So let's show you what it looks like with Serrated over Scout. Go to it. Now what I could do here is switch out Fired Up for Wireframe. Shall we see what that looks like? Yes. And for this, we'll actually be, if my controller would work. Okay, here we go. All right, let's put it in action. Hey, would it be okay if I got Sissy? All right then. Have fun. We're not doing Leatherface right now. So that's going to be a 3-minute penalty for me leaving the match. Because we had a low rent Sissy trying to do her thing. It always seems to happen that way. Like I'll get her for a few matches and then all of a sudden I have somebody else trying to do something on her. Inefficiently. So we'll wait for that 3 minutes. And then we'll show that and then we'll move on to the rest of the specs for Sissy. Play her through, and then we'll move on to the next low tier person. Yay, yay. Here we go. Graveyard changes up things. Given the way that it's built, this shall suffice. Dang, I can't change my grandpa talent? Give me a chance.
Residents of Marfa, Texas say the phenomenon, simply known as the Marfa ghost lights, are occurring at an astounding rate over the last few months. Witnesses report seeing white, blue, and red orbs of light dangle and dance above the Chinati Mountains for several minutes before quickly disappearing into the blackness of the Chihuahuan Desert. Although the lights have been visible for over 100 years, their origin remains a mystery. The search continues in Muerto County for a missing University of Texas student. The Sheriff's Department says Maria Flores, a native of Uvalde, was last seen near the town of Newt. Her vehicle was recently discovered abandoned, with officials reporting no signs of foul play. Authorities are hopeful that the expanded search into the nearby communities of Harlow and Chinatown will unearth new leads. Family and friends are urging anyone with information regarding her disappearance to please come forward. A woman has been arrested for the attempted murder of local farm magnates, the Borans, with the intention of stealing their fortune. Brianna Rose, 43, was hired as a live-in cook months ago. Patriarch Kid Boran was hospitalized earlier this week when a rare poison was discovered in the system. This led to Rose's arrest. Despite recommendations, the Borans began to...
On their head. If you dare look at them, soon you will be dead. Baby's gonna disappear from the mama's arms. There's gonna be a lot of fear, but we'll be on the run.
I'm doing this just like I would do with Bones. Poison. Don't have that. I should have switched, because this is where I could have used my poison to hit bone scraps and such. But it was so fast, it was just like, hey, guess what? Alright, so I don't have my full poison utility, but that's okay. We're going for the blood. All right. And there's one more down there. But since I don't have my poison to do the stuff, I don't have that extra utility, which I would have took if I would have had the time. But the mesh was just like, there you go. Hi, baby.
Are you okay, Grandpa? Here. Drink this. You can't hide forever, you know. Let go of your fear. It's holding you back.
Basically, all it is about collecting blood.
We will lie under the sun.
All the stuff I could be poisoning.
Death doesn't have to be the end, you know. Just trust me.
You don't want to come in here. I'm just saying. But just in case you don't know,
Just a touch, and there. How does that feel? Oh.
watch that stamina. Watch that stamina. Go get her.
Don't let them stalk you out.
Don't leave it open.
You having fun yet? When the eagle flies, we will run.
Under the sun. You can tell I'm gonna play her way too freaking much.
The dancing clown upon the wall is calling all to City Hall. Your grave is mine, oh can't you see? It's your own kind to be free.
Now, what's interesting, Sissy, is that I fought a clown in City Hall. It was a different game called Lies of P. But were you there? Did you witness that? Kind of crazy, wasn't it? And see, that's how you do that. And you want some extra credit? Run on down here. Grab this one. People always say Sissy ain't worth nothing. It's based off of the person who is playing. I believe Rock said it. Know your role and know it best.
I know I'm your favorite. I won't tell the others. Let go of your fear. It is holding you back. They're gonna love this.
Review. Man, dude, all the things I could poison around here. And because I got blocked out
Around here ain't so understanding.
and I couldn't change,
Can help you. Death doesn't have to be the end.
I could have been so much more efficient.
Trust me.
Trying to tell ya. But when it tosses you into a match, you never know how long those people have been waiting in the match.
Come back here, friend. Perfect.
Alright, Face, what you gonna do?
Come on home.
What you gonna do? You gonna stop them?
This will help them see more clearly.
There you go.
Hi there.
Now she says that. Well, there's our first issue. Wow! I should have stayed.
Don't fight it. Just give in, sweetie.
I should have stayed. None of you went down here? None of you? Nobody went down here. Don't have Scout. I don't have Fired Up. So of course I'm weak. But not completely.
Let go of your fear. It is holding you back.
Well, blow it. Like, do something. Like, that was on purpose. Nobody cares. Leave. This match already messed me up.
Be the end, you know.
I didn't get to select what I wanted. And what are the other two of you doing? You're just running around being stupid. Hitchhiker disconnected. Good Lord. What are we gonna do about our family? You guys suck. You leave at the shortest
Others around here ain't
inconvenience.
So understanding. I can help you.
You don't understand how to adapt.
Oh, you poor little thing. Oh. Someone has to help us.
Yeah, Serrated didn't help.
Come on home, little children. Come
Oh,
on
now all of a
home.
sudden my inventory is empty.
You having fun yet?
Come on. You want to do something? Do it. Because you'll probably come down here. And I have no poison to defend myself with.
Where the mountains reach like fingers to the sky.
Like, man, this would be a match that I would leave. And leave that Leatherface to just do what he's doing. Because you know what, man? We need to be a team on this. And when you have people that leave at the shortest inconvenience, instead of being able to adapt, I hate that. I hate that when I run family. Because it's like these punks just don't know what to do. Oh my goodness, one person made it out of a gate. Well then, shoot, get straight. Figure out where you're messing up at and then get there and then do something.
I need some more.
And I don't have no damn poison, so I can't do nothing. It is what it is. So come on, Anna.
Come back here, friend.
But you're not going out this front door. It is what it is, dude. I didn't have no poison. I couldn't do nothing. So, yay. Dude, go! Sucks. Sucks. Low rent team. First of all, we had our hitchhiker just leave us. We also had a Leatherface who probably didn't know how to play, but guarded their gate as best as they could. We could have did it if we might have had that hitchhiker, but he decided to leave, so that's the punk on the map. All right, so I think we've done that spec. So let's go ahead and let's move on to the other side. So we can at least have 2 characters tonight. And as you know, since we're running this route, no D.O.R, D.O.A. And we take that 40 endurance and that 20 savagery for that, as you know. We'll give it a different kill. Got it? Got it. Good. Alright. Now you seen the right side of Sears? Let's start exploring the left side of Sears.
Search continues in Muerto County for a missing University of Texas student. The Sheriff's Department says Maria Flores, a native of Uvalde, was last seen near the town of Newt. Her vehicle was recently discovered abandoned, with officials reporting no signs of foul play. Authorities are hopeful that the expanded search into the nearby communities of Harlow and Chinatown will unearth new leads. Family and friends are urging anyone with information regarding her disappearance to please come forward. Residents of Marfa, Texas say the phenomenon, simply known as the Marfa ghost lights, are occurring at an astounding rate over the last few months. Witnesses report seeing white, blue, and red orbs of light dangle and dance above the Chinati Mountains for several minutes before quickly disappearing into the blackness of the Chihuahuan Desert. Although the lights have been visible for over 100 years, their origin remains a mystery. The scheduled draining of the Colton Reservoir was put on hold when city workers discovered the remains of more than a dozen animal corpses. The bodies are reported as being in various stages of mutilation. Authorities believe the carcasses are from packs of wandering wild dogs, with them most likely to be rabid. Residents are cautioned to refrain from the
I can show these children the way. I know I can.
Mm-hmm.
Grandpa? Here, drink this.
This is what we do. Alright, so our goal right now is to watch our gates. We're not looking so much who's where. Nan, why aren't you washing downtown, honey?
Will not disrespect our home like this.
Cook, there you are. He's still here. Hands!
They're
Room
gonna
clear.
love this.
I don't have no power. Okay. Let's take this last one and call it a day, because we're going to need it. Anybody going through there is about to get toxified. Hi, honey. So you could tell these guys, they don't know how to move and collect blood at the same time. Man, do that thing, girl. Hello, hands.
But I can slice that.
You should be guarding your gates.
Wanna try me?
I always do that. You ever been down to Devil's River?
Where you squirming on?
Somebody just made it out. I heard that. Oh, okay. That was just hands. Just handy boy.
Where the mountains reach like fingers to the sky. Never ask why.
Now the only reason why I'm coming back here is because we need blood. So I'm gonna use this scout like it's mine forever. There we go. A.O.A.
Just a touch, and there.
Now, once upon a time, crawling through Nancy's traps was not a thing. Now it is. For family. Where's my other people? Okay. No, I need to keep that. I can't poison. Dang it. Because I have to have the power. To do this. Hello, children. What y'all doing? Ooh. Ooh, sí, mija, sí. Hands. How you doing, big boy? Oops, that's what happens when you don't protect your gates. They're probably all there right now. And Nancy could probably see them all. Stupidity. I award you an F minus. You should have seen that, Nancy. Why do we have you and you don't communicate? Anybody who plays Nancy, if you don't want to communicate, don't play Nancy. Don't play Nancy. Play anybody but Nancy. I'm just being honest. Even though she got one killed, it doesn't matter. If you're gonna play Nancy, speak. You must. But you guys saw how that spec worked. So let's see if we can test it out and I can show you more on a more enclosed map where it's best. You're messing up my game, man. I'm trying to do a tutorial on Sissy. But if you want to play her and suck, go ahead. Cause that spec, it ain't gonna work. I'll just let them know. Like, look at this, dude. This spec does not work. Can you tell me why this doesn't work, dude? She has no stamina. No stamina. She took big swings. She took all the freaking battle perks. Big swings, feral, and serrated. Big swings. You have no stamina. That means you're going to lose on every swing you take, regardless of if you have feral And regardless of if you have Serrated, do not roll this Spec as Sissy. You will suck. I'm just being honest. Nah, Okay. I'm gonna show you how you do it. No, you don't have to be cooked. You don't have to be cooked. You can be whoever you want to be. But this is going to be a fight on abandoned mill. Do I have what it takes? Yeah. Yeah, we should be good. We should be good. Let me check. Just to be sure. Yeah. We need this. We need this. But for cook. Shit, I can't even give him that. Ay. I can't even help my cook out. I can't. La-di-da. Jenny, Leland, let's go. I'm pretty sure you guys know how to play and you know what it is. Let's go.
Residents of the Apache Ridge
I'm trying to act like they haven't done this 900 times before.
removed dozens of jars from one of the homes in the neighborhood. These jars contained a variety of body and animal parts, from frog legs to horse hooves to human eyeballs. The owner of the property, 60-year-old Martin Webb, claims he bought the jars as is and thought that it was just regular animal stuff. Authorities are holding Wembley for further questions.
All right then. So when we start down here,
Come on home.
dun. That's what we got. Protect. What we want to do is get blood. Grandpa is not awake yet. Now he is. So we move. So now we move to protect our areas. Who's here? All right.
Get that stick out of my face.
You was good with those.
I'll guard the lower area. Cook if you want to put some locks on the lower area or wherever you want to. Do what you're gonna do. But I'm guarding lower area. I'm just telling them that so that they know where I'm at and what's good. We're gonna lock that so they don't get in through here. Hoorah! Close this door. Latch this door. Run around the corner. Shimmy. Cocoa Pop. There you go. My gates are mine.
They'll be loving me soon enough.
What you gonna do, honey? Hit that well. That's your only option. Oh.
All right now.
That's
where
right.
are you?
Hit that well.
Hi there.
So because I got that linger, that's a good minute on that. And because we want to be absolute, skeet skeet.
Perfect.
You thought you was gonna win, didn't you? It's alright, Jenny, I understand. Your poison has better advantages than mine, but at the end of the day, it ain't got that range. It don't have the range. You might want to do that. It's okay, because I'm going to be right here. For anybody who comes around.
Come on home.
Like SWV said, love will be right here. Be right here. Right here. Be right here. Yeah, try it. Fam, how you doing? Whoever is in the basement and doesn't need to be there, get the funk out. There's no reason for you to be in the basement. And battery down. Battery down.
Let go of your feet.
Good job, Johnny. You were supposed to be watching that.
When the eagle flies, we will lie under the sun. Come on home, little children, come on home. You having fun?
Now that's that D.O.A. that I put on him.
Oh, hi there.
Who dared? They all made it out through that battery, I guarantee. Well, I was trying to see, but it looked like they all made it out through that battery. Too bad. And the bad news is that Cook was trying to watch my area, and he should have been watching Johnny. Ooh. Okay. If you guys got it right, this is a good match.
The brutal attack on 3 female college students in Pflugerville, Texas last year is back in the public spotlight. Pflugerville citizens are in an uproar demanding answers from Texas state officials on why no arrests have been made in the case. Reports say an unidentified man entered the home strangling one female to death before attempting to stab both roommates who were sleeping.
I can show these children the way. I know I can.
Since we aren't that Spec, we move out and we guard our gates. Now this is where we're messed up at. Because guess what?
Mike?
I should be... Dang. And me without protection. Alright. Alright, we're gonna take a risk. Because you can always do this at Sissy. We're gonna take a risk.
Filled with feed and swine and such. That's a lot of meat. Come on home, little children. Come on home. Perfect.
Slow him down. D.O.A. Spec. Okay, let's get back down here and watch these gates. As we do. Good job, Hans. Set your count.
This will help them see more clearly. Just a touch, and there. Kill you!
You're mine.
Oh, love, my love, look at your love. Oh, love, my love, look you okay, Grandpa? Here, drink this.
All right, so now we need to hit our
You.
gates.
Hi there.
Hoorah!
Oh, that blood looks nice and fresh, too.
Hi, children.
Wonder whose it is.
How y'all doing? Hit him.
Go ahead, you big handful of stupid. Say something wrong to me. I dare you.
Well, I can't get in there. That's the only thing about
To be the end, you know.
these freaking herbs.
Just trust me.
It's not like Virginia. Sissy always gets a different amount of herbs. She never gets all 3. She can get 1, she can get 2. All the 3s are on the freaking outskirts of the earth. Or down in the basement. It's kinda stupid. Just me and you, Hands.
Come on home, little children. Come on home.
Gotta make a move. It's just me and Hands.
You having fun yet?
I need all my power. Where's he? Good. He's got a gate there. He's got his placement there. Magnificent. Alright, Bones. You watch the top. I got the bottom.
You can't grow old. Just a playing with a poison one. Sunning yourself with a double sun.
Alright. It's enough to use.
Perfect.
And always count.
Hey, I got 30. Guess you could feed them.
Owned it. Got it.
What? I didn't hear you.
4.
What?
Dude. Oh, good Lord. I hate when this happens. Get this shit out of here, dude.
I hit Connie down the well.
Good. Okay. Come on. What the hell is going on?
I hit Connie down the well.
Yeah. Okay, there we go. There we go. Now my joystick is back online. So now I can freaking feed Grandpa.
Love you, Grandpa.
Rally! I know where the blood is. If you got it, Bones, do it. No, there's no blood there. Of course not.
Baby's gonna disappear from the mama's arms. There's gonna be a lot
Battery down.
but we'll be on the
I know, I'm running to it.
So what I need to do is let him do that.
I got it.
And then
I turned it back on. I got
alright,
two
watch
hits
out
from
for the people
Sony.
who are there.
Hey, Sissy. You guard the car battery, okay? You guard the car battery.
Oh, that's good, ain't
I'm about to drop
Okay.
5.
It's all right, Grandpa.
They see all.
No, I'm about to drop 5. Never mind.
This will help them see more clearly.
Coming towards you, Sissy. To the middle, coming to you.
Just a touch, and
Hoorah!
we will love under the sun. Look at all of this pretty blood. Good thing it's wildflower season.
And then my stuff is all jacked up. Suddenly I'm out of herbs and I can't do anything. And the sound is all jacked up. Can I move? Oh yeah, I can move now.
Death doesn't have to be the end, you know. Just trust me. It looks like somebody doing so well.
Guard Grandpa. Dummy. Here's me running around looking for frickin' poison. Should not be a thing. But I'm good and I know how to do this.
You having fun yet?
Alright, Sonny, you must be cheating because you should be coming up. On this radar.
They'll be loving me soon enough.
Gotta be smart.
They're gonna love this.
Tricked him on that one. Go get him, hands. You're not gonna make it, boy. She like it. I should have chose excited Grandpa. Got him. Good game, hands. We got it. That was magnificent. So you see how good that is. And you see where it works. I'm telling you, man. Linger. Denier of area. That helped so much. When I got left. Me and hands We handled it. I'm telling you, it's the best. See, they say Sissy has no utility, but you guys are seeing it all. Tonight. Right now. Hey man, I hope you're a spectacular face. Other than that, we don't need him here.
Personal belongings linked to a missing Tulsa, Oklahoma couple were found last week. Police say Tim and Tyra Devine seemingly vanished overnight while on a trip through Texas Hill Country more than 6 months ago. The couple's vehicle was reportedly recovered near Cypress Mill last November, but no further evidence. Until now, police say a wallet and pocketbook containing
We can still make this happen.
Hard on my part, let's do it.
As always, when Grandpa, remember what I said about everything?
We better make sure Grandpa is well off. Go check on him.
Come on.
Hey, Sissy. Wanna see what's in the house?
Come on, Hitch.
You ain't gonna believe what I found.
This fool quit. Alright. It is what it is. I hate to do this, but I might have to quit this match. Hi, honey. I'm right on you. We're already down a team member. We're already down a team member. We're not going to be able to do this. We're not going to be able to do this. I hate to do this, dude. I don't want to leave him. I don't want to leave him, dude. He's trying to play and everything else. Just because Hitchhiker decided to be a punk. So this is what we do. Set it.
They're gonna love this.
And count. Face, watch them top gates. I got the back.
Is calling home to City Hall. Your grave is mine. Oh, can't you see? It's your own time to be free. fire season?
Magnificent. See, now here's a moment where I need to be D.O.A. all the time. I don't even get a chance for a break.
They'll be loving me soon enough.
In a situation where you get caught like this, go ahead and do this, and don't be afraid to run downtown. Block it. Always remember, you got 1 minute and 10 seconds on that. So I'm gonna come back, I'm gonna hit these. I'm pretty sure we're not gonna win, but I'm gonna keep it moving, dude. I'm gonna keep it moving.
Now you see the little boys at their mother's feet. They've learned how to hate and cut and even
We're gonna go ahead and take this. And I cannot hear what that guy is saying. Leaving.
Hi there.
Face. Catch him. So I'm gonna have to be the one to watch this area.
We will run under the sun.
Okay.
Death doesn't have to be the end, you know. Just trust me.
You thought your poison was better than mine? What you gonna do now, honey? If you didn't hit that well. You'll be dead soon enough. That's the only thing that sucks about playing family side.
Come on home.
You'll get a lot of people who just leave.
You having fun yet? Oh, you poor little thing.
You thought you'd win.
Don't be scared now. You have a high price.
You thought you'd win. I mean, you know.
Look at all of this pretty blood.
My poison is better. I'm just saying. I couldn't stop that. I couldn't stop that, dude. There's only 2 of us. It is what it is. We're gonna keep it moving. We want to keep it moving, and you chose to play Leatherface. So you started at a disadvantage.
So dark, wind so cold. Those fires burning, you can't
Like,
grow
people
old.
always want to play Leatherface because they're like, I can't be stunned. I can't be Oh, you came back 20 years after the fact? Oh, now you want to play? What'd you do? You had to take a piss? What did you do? Because you evaporated on us, hitchhiker. You left us. I would ban you ordinarily. Alright. Let's go ahead. And let's switch it out. Like, man, I'm really not about to make it through. I just did one character tonight. And it's already past 9 o'clock. My goodness. So I'm not going to be able to do one character. Or multiple characters at a time. But we'll keep this as a rotating series. So that's what we'll do. This will become a rotating series. So what we want... So let's switch it up. So you guys saw the power of the D.O.A. spec. And you saw it was pretty strong, dude. Like, that's what I'm saying. Like, people don't know how to play as Sissy because they never took the time to learn what she does. You see me be efficient with every single spec. And now you're about to see me be efficient with the nastiest version. I will teach you how to be a good sissy. Even when family leaves you and thinks that you aren't nothing. Just like you saw in the other matches. So, what we do with this is you would automatically think that the spec should be this. Special blend. Rubber legs. And slippery. And it is. With the exception of grapplers. If you see grapplers, it's this. If you don't think that you're gonna grapple, it's this. So it's kind of about utility. I find this to be more useful because it's an all the time thing. Whereas when it comes to this, you have to get into a grapple. So, both have their uses. And what do we use when we have such a garbage build? This one or this one? So this is gonna be our lowest savagery build. Because as stated, we don't have Scout and we don't have Fired Up on this end. And this is the hardest spec to play. It really kind of is. So what I would recommend is if you're going to play this spec, screw damage. Screw damage. You want to go all the way here. Like, screw the damage. And take it all into endurance so you can chase. But I would say park your endurance at 40 and park your savagery, or park your endurance at 40 and park your savagery at about 17. Because this is where you're going to be doing the lowest amount of damage. Now you could change this, but you need this. You need the endurance when it comes to this, because you have nothing else. You have nothing else. So I'm almost feeling like I want to take everything out of savagery and leave it at 10. And put it here. Let's do that. Let's do that. And let's rock. All right, and that goes out. That goes ahead and max that spec out. 40 endurance, 20 savagery. Because you need it. Alright, let me show how it works. Why the switch? You always look for who's doing what. And Sunny is good. Oh, Sunny's gone now. But any of these people can grapple you. So you always want to have that grapple protection. On Graveyard. Let me send this dude a shout out. If you're just starting, man, you don't want to play as Cook. He sucks. You play as him when you know how to play. And you victims seem to want to win. So why are you even here, dude? Danny? Got a remedy for that. Just saying. Because people always want to bring Danny around. I will still say that's the most overpowered victim in the game. He's the first and Wyatt is the next. Don't know why they did that. And our Cook isn't paying attention, so I automatically know he's not going to win. So we'll work with it. I'll show you how.
A deserted motel outside Bryan, where they caught the man in the act of subduing 36-year-old Kelsey Keogh. The man, whose name is being withheld, claimed he and Kelsey were participating in an agreed-upon way, and that he had no connections to the murders that have plagued the eastern part of the state since last June. New details have emerged in the grisly string of murders that littered Interstate 40 during 1971 and 72, known only as the Terror of I-40. Authorities say an unidentified woman spent years hitchhiking from Texas to California, where she viciously murdered several truck drivers and 3 other young women along the route. Billy Jasper of Winslow, Arizona, claimed he likely...
I can show these children the way. I know I can.
So what do you do on a situation like this? Gather blood. Watch. See who's near where. and guard gates. As always, it's all about guarding gates, man.
Hide my words. The truth in words you've never heard. Why do they fear and see in me inside themselves? I know you see. Oh, love, my love. Look at your love. Oh, love, my love. Look at your love.
Never be greedy when it comes to the blood. Always know where your blood is and where you need to come back to get blood too. This is also a strategy.
I know I'm your favorite. I won't tell the others.
And since we got that special blend,
Perfect.
put that over our pawpaw. Come in. Grab one. So now our special blend is on. So where's the rest of my family at? Where are you? Doing nothing. Doing nothing. Ah, and now they're gonna get out through this top gate. And both of you are over here. Both of you suck at your job. I'm just letting you know. You suck at your job.
This will help them see more clearly. They'll be loving me soon enough. I gotcha. I did. I gotcha.
Well, can't do nothing about that.
Gotta keep going.
I want you to.
You got to do better in the future. Learn. because they just lost on one of the most family-sided maps in the game. They lost. They lost. They lost. Man, I was hoping that this was actually gonna be where I could tell you how to play every family member. So I'm gonna have to change my whole logo and everything else, because we're not gonna get through all family tonight. But it's okay. It's a one-off. And I just want to show you how to play one of the most lowest rent characters on the game. And you can see how effective I am with her. Nobody ever gets out through my gates. And if they do, it's only because I was watching somebody else's gates for somebody who didn't have their own stuff under control. But anyway, I'm gonna go ahead and I'm gonna have to change everything. Because this is not a family tutorial, but yes it is and no it's not. I wanted it to be every character tonight, but there's a lot to go over for every character. So what you got tonight was Sissy. And I do hope that it helped. And I do hope that you can see that Sissy does not suck. You just have to know how to play as her. It's the same thing with her. Same thing with Nancy. You just have to know how to play as them. The only one that has no exception is Bones. Bones sucks no matter what. No matter what you do, no matter how you change it up, no matter what. Bones sucks. S-U-C-K-S exclamation point. Sucks. They put Bones in a game with Wyatt. They showed us how a victim could be bombed and everything else. And then they gave us a low rent family member. Hated that. But let's go ahead and let's bring it to an end. I hate for this to be a one-off, but I think it's gonna have to be. If I could, I would keep this going throughout the week with each character, but I don't have that kind of time, and I don't have that kind of fortune anymore. That's why things have changed up here. Ever since they took away my ability to monetize, it just hasn't been the same. So I hope you guys enjoyed. That's Sissy, dude. Please, for everybody who says she sucks, I hope I showed you she didn't. You just need to know how to play as her. That's it, and that is all. And that is this episode. You've seen how to play multiple specs as Sissy. If this doesn't do it, I don't know what will. But that is probably my favorite low tier character is Sissy. I love her utility. I love her capabilities. And she can do so much. You just have to know how to play her. I wish that they would actually add some quality of life things for Sissy. I wish her poison actually poisoned, like the damage was on everything. I also wish she had a highlight on when people got poisoned, because that would make her even bomber than she already is. But they refuse. They refuse, and this far in the game, I doubt they're ever gonna change it. But I hope you all enjoyed our trip back to Texas. You see me do some things with the new builds and everything. I hope I showed you that Sissy is not a joke, and that she is viable, and that she is strong. If nothing else from tonight, I hope I showed you that. But let's go ahead and bring it to a close here. Lurkers, Michael, capital upon all, thank you for coming through. As always, you are what makes ZTV what it is. Without you, there is no ZTV. And I might as well just go ahead and call this the Sissy Family Special, because that's all this is. It was all Sissy. And I'd hope to show others, but it is what it is. So I hope you learned. I hope you had fun. I hope you enjoyed. Have a good night. And I will be back this Saturday with a brand new game. Till then, take care. Have a good night. See ya.